Chapter 763. This swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, would not have connected the dots. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Zhouge's scheming ability was not inferior to Feng Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Feng Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Zhouge was tricked by Chu Du. Domination Immortal's letter to Feng Yuan was not known to Feng Zhouge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Zhouge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Zhouge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity, he had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Feng Yuan, he had Tai Bai Yunsheng to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Zhouge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Feng Yuan, was not simple, he was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Feng Yuan sat down again, he quoted the price and acted with Tai Bai Yunsheng while thinking. Now, the situation had changed. Feng Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Feng Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Zhouge did not know that Feng Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Feng Yuan was thinking about whether to keep Delight in Water and Mountain Goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan. Or to exchange for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, or to directly sell Delight in Water and Mountain Goo to Swordmaster Yulan. To sell it to Swordmaster Yulan? With Feng Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Feng Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Feng Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path Defensive Immortal Goo was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Feng Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Good Thought Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the Goo Immortal bidding for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo had an extraordinary background, he was one of the 5 great Rank 8 Goo Immortals of Northern Plains, Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yao Huang. The Medicine Sovereign is participating in the auction as well? He is a Refinement Path Goo Immortal, why does he need Strength Path? Don't tell me this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room, beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong said, Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo? Yao Huang chuckled, precisely. I want to refine the Immortal Goo resurrection from the dead, there is a hurdle, I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus, ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal, and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, Phantom Path is the best. Strength Path is the best, Space Path is second, and Rule Path is the last. Yin Lu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal Goo are rare to begin with, they are similar to Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal Goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo uses strength to form a cauldron, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements, it is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent Goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded, nurture, use, and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal goo are only tools, how they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other Gu immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story. Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal Gu called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this Gu could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked refinement path. He was also most proficient in refining healing Gu worms. This resurrection from the dead immortal Gu was his first creation. He had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining immortal Gu resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining immortal Gu. Once I refine the immortal Gu, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lu Gong while bidding. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. Senior is saying? That's right. Yao Huang admitted, this Gu involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies. It can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal Gu, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan Gu are hard to find. I do not have much lifespan left. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved, but to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu, there needs to be something with life and death Dao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main Gu refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong quickly waved his hand. Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it, an alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move rock skin coffin to keep them inside, to guard the discussion hall's door. I did not use it lightly. Humph, you immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal Gu, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, how about this, Senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the 3 of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform Leader Fan Tian and let her decide. Within a few months, we will give you an answer. Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The 3 of you leaders are truly loyal to Fan Tian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat. Hearing Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time, he replied to Yao Huang, "It is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most Gu immortals reject us immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. "I withdraw." From the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng also said, "I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat." Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his wisdom path inheritance, he even split an Immortal Gu to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, sighing, "This is only rank 6, it seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way, I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead Gu." Yin Lu Gong's heart shook, he knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him, he was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 great expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged, a rank 8 great expert would attack, Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Gu Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Fang Yuan backed off, Feng Jioge also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Jioge's benefits. If Fang Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, Feng Jioge would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, they would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Jioge could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity, he had been asking Qin Baisheng to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier Gu cultivator with weak battle strength, otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Gu. This is the third Luck Path Immortal Gu. A Gu Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Gu had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun Immortal, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had a special feeling towards Luck Path Immortal Gu. The second Luck Path Immortal Gu was called Peach Blossom Luck, it had already been bought at a high price. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal Gu, it could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Gu. Time continued to pass, Immortal Gu after Immortal Gu appeared on the stage and were bought. The Gu Immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few Immortal Gu left on the list, they were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon, it was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baisheng obtained. The next Immortal Gu is called Delight in Water and Mountain Gu, it is Wisdom Path rank 6. The seller's condition is a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu, Defensive Immortal Gu is the best. Qin Baisheng announced. When there were only a few Immortal Gu left, it was finally Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu's turn. This time, he was still asking for a Strength Path Immortal Gu. As for the immortal zombie body and the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Once these two matters were mentioned, together with the Strength Path Immortal Gu, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was already known to everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in exchange for a rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu. The threshold for this auction was much lower than calamity beckoning immortal goo. Qin Baisheng had just finished speaking when several goo immortals made their bids. Strength path was declining, while wisdom path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most goo immortals, rank 6 wisdom path immortal goo were much more enticing than rank 6 strength path immortal goo. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for delight in water and mountain immortal goo became quite lively. Fang Yuan listened to the bids carefully. He did not move. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an eat strength immortal goo. This goo is of both food path and strength path. It is a strength path cultivation immortal goo. It can allow the goo immortal strength path Dao marks to grow on their own by eating strength path beast meat or fruits and vegetables. It is completely compatible with the goo immortal's body. Once she said this, almost all the goo immortals present were shocked. This is a good immortal goo. For strength path goo immortals, it is indeed rare. Food path no longer exists, it is even worse than strength path. At least, strength path was still at its peak, but food path did not exist, and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising goo. Hearing the discussions of the goo immortals in the hall, Feng Jioge smiled. This immortal goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Jioge had expected Fang Yuan's request, thus he asked Prince's Impatience for help. Even though he had many strength path immortal goo, in terms of strength path, he only had pulling mountain and pulling water. Prince's Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's Impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured each strength immortal goo. This goo was very beneficial to strength path goo immortals, but to Prince's Impatience, it was not very useful. Feng Jioge sent a letter asking for help. Prince's Impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Jioge's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if this immortal goo can be transferred? I am willing to use another strength path immortal goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Soon, Chu Du sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also strength path, how can it be more attractive than eat strength goo? Feng Jioge replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious goo immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for strength path immortal goo. It was very likely that he was a strength path goo immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of eat strength immortal goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Jioge expected. Fang Yuan heard the introduction of eat strength immortal goo and was shocked and joyful. This eat strength immortal goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that goo immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the goo immortal's body would gain more Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks a goo immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Dao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Dao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing goo immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Dao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding immortal goo, the greater the amplification of the immortal goo's power. When Fang Yuan used worldly wave trace immortal goo, the strength path Dao marks on his body were not related to worldly wave trace's water path Dao marks, they conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good, he could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Fang Yuan used strength path immortal goo like pulling mountain and pulling water, he could resonate with the immortal goo. Not only could he increase the immortal goo's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Fang Yuan could understand the laws of strength path through using the immortal goo. The deeper the understanding, the more his strength path attainment level would increase, it would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Fang Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced, the targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Fang Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Dao marks, there would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Dao marks, I can use immortal goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to carve Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal goo are not suitable for the human body, they are rare and have little effect. The Dao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal goo are not as good as the Dao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had experience in using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body, it was not easy to use. Sometimes, it could create beast phantoms, sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Fang Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Dao marks were not perfect for Fang Yuan's body. After all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan's body, Fang Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle and unleash the strength path beast phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal goo. All-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the strength path Dao marks on the human body at all times. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital goo, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Langia. There were thousands of immortal goo recipes in Langia blessed land, he hoped that there was an immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo among them. Chapter 765. But currently, the relationship between Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langia had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal goo recipes. Even the mortal goo recipes, land spirit of Langia treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding goo refinement, land spirit of Langia was very stingy. Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to goo refinement, land spirit of Langia treated them as treasures. Not to mention goo recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal goo, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal goo could allow goo immortals to create their own strength path Dao marks. This way, the Dao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant, he could use this immortal goo to make up for it. Fang Yuan was moved. One could say, as long as it was a strength path goo immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal goo. With this strength path immortal goo, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Jioga sat calmly, he was very confident. Once this goo appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal goo. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. At this time, in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid, 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material Law I blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo. But during this process, he did not expose his identity. Fang Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Bai Sheng. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baisheng, the other Gu immortals present did not know. Qin Baisheng had signed the alliance agreement, he naturally would not leak any information. Thus, Feng Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Jioge had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. He asked Prince's impatience for help. How could Feng Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Baisheng. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng did not reveal his and Feng Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Bai Yunsheng made his offer, Feng Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Jioge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a Beast Strength Immortal Gu and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he could use it if he had it. He was also a Strength Path Gu immortal. The reason why he gave up on a Strength Path Immortal Gu. He was eyeing Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity, he could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Feng Yuan was happy to see it, he did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his bid again. Feng Jioge's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal Gu. Feng Jioge could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this Eat Strength Gu did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Jioge did not fall into the trap easily, he was a hero after all, he decided to slow down. This way, he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Feng Yuan's intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding, as if she was unwilling to part with Eat Strength Immortal Gu, she backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the Gu immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Feng Jioge to sell Eat Strength Immortal Gu to him. Feng Jioge laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Feng Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunsheng, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating Gu immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunsheng were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge did not relent, he seemed to want to compete for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. Chu Du did not dare to slack off, he kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent Eat Strength Immortal Gu from falling into his hands, on the other hand, even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Jioge's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a Gu immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal Gu so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials, the price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that can only produce joyful will can be sold at such a high price, it is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal Gu to obtain delight in water and mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai Bai Yunsheng made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the Grand Domination Immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu's price. Under the attention of the Gu immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Baisheng had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly, this Sha Huang, as an immortal zombie, is actually so shrewd, he is not simple. But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted, he is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Baisheng knew, Fang Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. But it was not easy. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment. As well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fang Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai Bai Yunsheng to raise the price. He was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, otherwise he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed, he went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this. Only Tai Bai Yunsheng was left. Even so, Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan, it was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Baisheng his decision. Qin Baisheng heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Baisheng were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood. But he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Baisheng shook his head, he was on the stage, he did not have time to think, he announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a while, he said, 23rd secret room, going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain, even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price, his goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high, I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Fang Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering, did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room, going thrice. Qin Baisheng shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Jioga spoke, 1 eat strength immortal Gu, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Bai Yunsheng raised the price alone. Everyone gasped, to think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baisheng was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale, he sighed deeply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, Swordmaster Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice could be heard, he raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Jiuge smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility: the person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about water pavilion's matter? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Jiuge was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of water pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jiuge quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the goo immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to rise. Soon, it entered the top 5. Next, it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Jiuge's 2-for-1 exchange for Fang Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo. Do I have to exchange 2 for 1? Feng Jiuge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Jiuge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchange 2 for 1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jiuge's target was water pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jiuge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Fang Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next, he asked Qin Baisheng for a new request, a complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Jiuge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jiuge followed, I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng snorted coldly, saying, the seller, please state a new request. The goo immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise? Qin Baisheng was silent for a while, before speaking for Fang Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Jiuge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move. Even though it is mortal, it originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is unfamiliar face. Unfamiliar face? Thieving heaven demon venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Jiuge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands. His gaze flickered rapidly. He hesitated for a moment before shouting, I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move. It originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It is called vaguely familiar face. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Fang Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had vaguely familiar face, but they kept it a secret. During the Five Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was vaguely familiar face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move. It was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Jioge. In his previous life, Feng Jioge contributed it to the sect, thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this, he did not guess that the other party was Feng Jioge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jioge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Feng Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, unfamiliar face. Feng Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan. This way, he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baisheng was already auctioning the next immortal Gu. Feng Jioge was expressionless, looking at Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in his hand, his gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal Gu. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Eat Strength Immortal Gu is precious, but it is only useful to Strength Path Gu immortals. Even if I sacrificed vaguely familiar face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal Gu is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jioge reflected in his heart, his expression gradually eased. In the hall, many Gu immortals were bidding for immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was like Feng Jioge, he was not on the stage, he was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jioge gave up Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance was slightly more complete than Feng Yuan's Malicious Thought Inheritance. There was a Gu recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 Memory Thought Gu, an Immortal Gu recipe for Recall Immortal Gu, and several mortal killer moves. This Memory Thought Gu is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this Gu, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine Recall Immortal Gu, that would be even better. Feng Yuan inspected it and stored this Wisdom Path Inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine Immortal Gu for the time being. The cost of refining Immortal Gu was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Feng Yuan already had many Immortal Gu, he did not need to use Recall Immortal Gu. It was just icing on the cake. Feng Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if Eat Strength Immortal Gu could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly, it could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Feng Yuan focused on vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move, it was only 50% complete. However, Feng Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad. Especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal Gu. Core immortal Gu. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Feng Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, wisdom Gu's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now, with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human, and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Fang Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baisheng had already auctioned the final few immortal Gu. The second last immortal Gu among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The Gu immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many Gu immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many Gu immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal Gu they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry, there were many loopholes, it was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance, it is a set of luck inspection Gu's recipe. Qin Baisheng's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible, it could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some Gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal Gu, like move luck Gu, seal luck Gu, transfer luck Gu, break luck Gu, and so on, they had to be used together with luck inspection Gu. Qin Baisheng had his reasons for placing this luck inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baisheng continued, this set of luck inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal Gu. What, there is no luck inspection immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled, there is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, it is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal Gu, everything related to luck inspection Gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baisheng's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal Gu? Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke, a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal Gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guorong's expression changed, he did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat, he scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng. But the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements, because this auction does not involve immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list, the quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal gu. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection gu. Unfortunately, mortal gu had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal gu recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baisheng said that he had luck inspection immortal gu. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduced that immortal gu are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal gu. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 gu immortal, Feng Jioga, Yuan Rang Zun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common. They were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 gu recipe. With mortal path luck inspection gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the gu master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning immortal gu. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 gu immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal gu, there was no need for any luck inspection gu. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a Metal Path Rank 7 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first-place Worldly Wave Trace and second-place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the Rank 8 Gu Immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a Rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu and a Rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, he had many Metal Path Immortal Gu. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fang Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Gu Immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique Immortal Gu. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Gu was especially suitable for Spring-Autumn Cicada. The disadvantage of the Spring and Autumn Cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this Immortal Gu, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Gu's usage was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Fang Yuan and characters like the 5 Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Fang Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Tian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Fang Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Jioga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Fang Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a Rank 7 Immortal Gu. It was called Fortune in Misfortune. This Gu's power was profound, it targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Dao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in Gu Immortal Cultivation. Fortune from Disaster Immortal Gu targeted this. As long as it was used. After a Gu Immortal passes the tribulation, the Dao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this Gu had a flaw, it had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this Gu, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the Gu Immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Dao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this Immortal Gu was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a Metal Path Gu Immortal, Qin Baisheng naturally used a Rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this Gu. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck immortal goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream goo immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal goo. A rare immortal goo that surpassed luck path and wisdom path, calculation immortal goo, it could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Jiuge. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Feng Yuan, they could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction, it is also the most important item. Qin Bai Sheng introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the goo immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal goo it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan appeared on the stage. Qin Bai Sheng explained, "No need to be surprised, I believe many goo immortals have already guessed it." That's right, these two were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyan. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump, she obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyun, he is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal goo, it is giant sun immortal's trump card goo. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal goo of yours. However, this fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo seems to be an expendable goo, it can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate it? In the hall, a goo immortal suddenly asked. Qin Bai Sheng smiled as he replied, "According to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal goo can fully observe fortune rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal goo below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate and found some clues about fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling heaven goo was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I used soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned." Saying so, Qin Bai Sheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. "First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal goo recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo is already missing. But there is another piece of good news, in the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo into an immortal goo worm. Of course, in the process of goo refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man, Ma Hongyun." Hearing this, most of the goo immortals' eyes almost spat out fire, some even gulped down saliva, their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Bai Sheng's lips curled up, he showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them, because they are not immortal goo, there is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The goo immortals in the hall were excited, one of them shouted. 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Jioge said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts, it only excluded most of the bottom-tier goo immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas goo immortals, Five Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket, the momentum was terrifying. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the goo immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Fang Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path, he planned to focus on time path, he did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Land's case, he had more experience than Ma and Zhao, he knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, were extremely tempting. But fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo was rank 8, Fang Yuan was a mere rank 6, how could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Jioge, who bought Zhao Lianyan. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Shui Hu. This leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The goo immortals, especially the representatives of the Huangjin bloodline super forces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed, he had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyan is in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. Many goo immortals of the Huangjin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Swordmaster Yulan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Jioge in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next, everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours, we will start the free transactions. Qin Baisheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired, he had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the luck path true inheritance essence, it concerned his own benefits, he had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many goo immortals could see it, people died for wealth, Qin Baisheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret, after digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baisheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain, the metal path immortal goo were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts, even though goo immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the luck path true inheritance essence was extremely profitable, it was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gu immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted. Naturally, they had to inquire about it beforehand. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects, the two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the luck path true inheritance, Fang Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao, they were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side, he could not interfere, there was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals managed their immortal apertures and used the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores, green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily, it was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade, usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling, the transaction failed and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive. Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading. But selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baisheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baisheng introduced, "Some of you might know this Gu immortal captive, his nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 heavenly tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture." Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us fire path Gu immortals, Isn't it better if this loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu Immortals were moved. Fire Path Gu Immortals especially valued loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid one heavenly tribulation and many earthly calamities, their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not Fire Path Gu Immortals, most Gu Immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu Immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by strength path, poison path, time path, wisdom path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes, the rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for desolate beast corpses, food path inheritances or clues, wisdom path inheritances or clues, time path inheritances or clues. He even asked for battle bone will Gu, white bone chariot recipes, lifespan Gu, and so on. Finally, loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade. In every round, the Gu Immortal only had one chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Langia, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Xuehu and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The Medicine Sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Langia was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number. But the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat. This Immortal Gu House is actually being sold? Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything, they could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. the lone cultivator Gu Immortal immediately took out the red fiend divine boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold, I will buy it all. Immortal farmer soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of immortal farmer soil, I will give it all to you in exchange for the red fiend divine boat. A bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants woodpath resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing, I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a Woodpath Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Super Force Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a Woodpath Immortal Gu, we will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rang Zun also shouted, the temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great, he was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, Yin Lu Gong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. Yin Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. I have a wisdom path unravel mystery immortal Gu, I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoysia spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly, the scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved, his eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly, it should be unravel mystery immortal Gu. Floating astronomy. Chapter 769. Unravel mystery immortal Gu, unravel mystery immortal Gu. Fang Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it, only the rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 8 great experts of super forces could compete for it. Especially super forces, the allure of an immortal Gu house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it, they adopted the auction rules. Qin Baisheng smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat, your Zombie Alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. Yin Lu Gong sighed, the current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end, the price was still rising. Yin Lu Gong was an understanding person, he knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Fang Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 immortal Gu captives left. One of them is Wu Hao. Known as Rushing Thunder Hand, he is the only rank 7 Gu immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Hua Hai immortals. They belong to Woodpath. Evidently, using these 4 Gu immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a Space Path Gu immortal, they were not compatible with each other, the allure of these 4 Gu immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, immortal Gu were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good goo. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these Immortal Goo are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity and this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo itself was not something Fang Yuan needed. But in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this goo as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary goo. Brewing a Dream Path Killer Move. Dream Path Immortal Killer Move. At this time, the three Venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Goo, she did not circulate them, she treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Goo Immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Fang Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. But Mortal Goo were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Goo. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now or the Dream Path Immortal Goo that appeared later in Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 Venerables, 2 male and 1 female Immortal Venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female Immortal Venerable. In the short term, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Goo. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer Move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of Goo depended on the user. There was no strongest Goo worm, only the strongest Goo master. Genius Goo masters were often able to combine different Goo worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Goo, he only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo of Soul Path as the core, along with other Mortal Goo, to form the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer Move was the same. The core Immortal Goo was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used, it was a Dream Path Killer Move. If I can obtain this Goo, I can gather Dream Path Goo materials and refine Mortal Goo one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the Killer Move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life. I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms. I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer Move. It was not inferior to Wisdom Goo. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort Goo. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Goo's rank 9, it allowed Fang Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number one. Who Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu Immortal. When he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Gu Immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Feng Yuan had ample capital. Gu Immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Gu was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Feng Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Feng Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future, it could truly control it. It could give Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now, it was only third. As for the fourth, it was all-out effort Gu. Even though this Gu was only a rank 4 mortal Gu, the timing was extremely good. It was Feng Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without all-out effort Gu, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Gu at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring-Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Who Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Feng Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, Who Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Jioga and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao, they had suffered a huge loss, they had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources, all sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier, he had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 super forces, Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rang Zun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Murong Jin Shao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Gu house to defend my sect, this is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, bowing as he smiled, Lord, our Murong Tribe's Immortal Gu house lacks a core Immortal Gu, this is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe, please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it, regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed, he did not try to persuade anymore, he raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now, the price had reached 2 Immortal Gu, it far surpassed the value of the 4 Gu immortal captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core immortal Gu. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 immortal Gu, they are hard to use. 2 immortal Gu is already the limit, the 3 parties are already hesitating, the price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete immortal Gu recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a Woodpath Gu cultivator, they are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 immortal Gu, only one is Woodpath, it comes from Murong tribe, it is an investigative immortal Gu. Hee, wonderful. Forget about the Gu immortal captive I have, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, the 3 Hua Hai immortals are Woodpath Gu immortals. In this situation, I might be able to make use of it. Fang Yuan acted quickly, he immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baisheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock, I do not have a Woodpath immortal Gu, Murong tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock. Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved, he took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, then put up the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. The seller's eyes shined, after hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra Immortal Gu, one of them even had a Woodpath Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a Movement Immortal Gu and 3 Woodpath Immortal Apertures, they were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Hua Hai Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything, he still had to pay 2 Immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident, it was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side. Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly transmitted, not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event, it seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Baisheng's blessed land, they had relied on the whole earth Gu that Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear, it was unwise to rashly use whole earth Gu to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals. They had the same awareness as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, when everyone left the blessed land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged, the crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled, Lord Medicine's sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine sovereign. He had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family, perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately, their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan, with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu Immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world, Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the Golden Bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu Immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Prince's Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. He Lang Zi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Gu Immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Humph, why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. He Lang Zi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. He Lang Zi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf, a lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu Immortals? Humph, if you have guts, fight me to your heart's content, let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Gu Immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu Immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu Immortal was shocked, the other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are He Cheng? Chanyu tribe's Gu Immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer, and Fairy Jianghu, Why is the demonic path's Shuesong Zi with you? Chanyu Zhong I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jianghu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. He Cheng, you are a He tribe Gu immortal, you have the Huang Jin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake, it is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong'er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade He Cheng. Shui Songzi laughed heartily. If your big brother Chanyu Shangyi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xia San, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed, you will definitely lose today. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression turned even uglier, his gaze was like lightning as he stared at He Cheng, shouting, He Cheng, you are a righteous path Gu immortal, do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone, you will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. He Cheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jianghu's words, he became firm. He did not speak, instead he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chanyu Zhong'er. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Green light flickered as Tai Bai Yuncheng appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other goo worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal, he had few Dao marks on him, thus the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting Gu immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yuncheng's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are not responding, due to the alliance agreement. We have to react to this situation. Search, the most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, they seem to be sleeping. Tai Bai Yuncheng had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. It's dangerous, don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. They are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Chapter 771. Dream Realm? Tai Bai Yuncheng heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore Starry Sky Blessed Land. They met with danger in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Bai Yuncheng of this matter. Thus, when Tai Bai Yuncheng heard the word dream realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction, they were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yuncheng asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, during the middle and late stages of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunsheng was helpless, he could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses, it was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough, I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it. Tai Bai Yunsheng has a kind nature, if I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first three were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu, as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction, the profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement. Not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths, it was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive immortal Gu, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu immortal move. But no matter which Gu immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Gu. But Gu immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu immortal's life. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Shuehu. He has his own grotto heaven, he does not usually stay here, why is he here? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Shuehu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land, all of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me, I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestor's command. The demonic path Gu immortals replied in unison. Gu immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright, oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied, old ancestor Shuehu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan, she did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the True Yang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language, Chanyu Zhong Er, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chanyu Zhong Er, he escaped while shouting with a fearful expression, He Lang Zi, Hei Cheng, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky, it was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move, it had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong'er's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jianghu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Lang Zi away. Damn it! Chanyu Zhong'er gritted his teeth, his heart sank to rock bottom, his furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu Immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong'er was shocked, he quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chanyu Zhong'er. This distance is enough, now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chanyu Zhong'er's movements froze, his body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chanyu Zhong'er was shocked. Ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal. Quickly help me. The black-robed Gu Immortal said. The moment he said that, He Cheng and Xue Song Zi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu Immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortal souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this, it was like a tug of war, disregarding everything else, it was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu Immortal, He Cheng, and Xue Song Zi worked together. Against Chanyu Zhong'er, they had a huge advantage. I am unresigned. I hate this so much, ah. Let me go. Chanyu Zhong'er could not resist it, his soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jianghu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong'er's blessed land. So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do? Chanyu Zhong'er's soul was in the black-robed Gu Immortal's hands. He shouted angrily. No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake. Fairy Jianghu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chanyu Zhong'er, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu Immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood, his face was shrouded in darkness, his voice was hoarse. Qin Baisheng was plotted against. So this Swordmaster Yulan is a Central Continent Gu Immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Baisheng, we need to save him. Fairy Jianghu's tone was anxious, she did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu Immortal and He Lang Zi followed closely behind. Only He Cheng and Xue Song Zi were left behind. Lord He Cheng, should we follow? Xue Song Zi was hesitant. He Cheng looked at the black-robed Gu Immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, he had many methods and great strength, his relationship with Fairy Jianghu was clearly not ordinary. Xue Song Zi was hesitant, but so was He Cheng. It seems that this black-robed Gu Immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as me, we might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu Immortals. He Cheng's gaze flickered, he flew up and chased after Fairy Jianghu and the rest. Xue Song Zi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff huff huff. Qin Baisheng breathed roughly, he had dozens of injuries on his body, some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of northern plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baisheng, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baisheng, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng frowned, he spat out a mouthful of blood, humph. A foreign person sneaking into my northern plains. Intruder. Let me tell you, I am a man of northern plains, I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jioge sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jioge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier, he had his pride. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jioge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng, his expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Chapter 773. One move. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and Nu Er Du, killing by Kenzi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rang Zun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire northern plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me. But it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Jioge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Jioge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated, I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped, he looked at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it, and bowed to Feng Jioge solemnly, I have not asked for your name. Feng Jioge returned the greeting, I am Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng's expression changed, so you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Ha ha ha, then come, let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Jioge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Jioge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals, why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, saying slowly, this song is called Green Jade Song, please enjoy it. The other Central Continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. Come. Qin Baisheng shouted, his gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged, he had a heroic aura. Snowy mountain blessed land. 3rd peak. This time, it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui Hu, even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy, thanked Fang Yuan and Fairy, Tai Bai Sheng, and Immortal. Gu Immortal was Gu Immortal, Shi, Gu, and Bai, immortals of the Emu of course, she of them, of course was, Gu was, Shi, Bai. Once his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by the Gu Immortal world. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed deeply. Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng would be implicated. These three were tied to the same rope. Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed, I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you too have a way to wake little Lan up? Tai Bai Yunsheng shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said solemnly, difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, you were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm, even if we kill her, she will not wake up. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope, if it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Fang Yuan, it seems that you have a way. Fang Yuan chuckled, He Lulan is quite lucky, I obtained a Gu at the auction, it can be used to create a dream path killer move, it can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal Gu is not enough, we need the help of many mortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this, Fang Yuan, what materials do you need to refine Gu, you can tell me, I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Fang Yuan shook his head, these dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths, the entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked, this was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world, they were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's, it could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, even though his dream path development was slow and his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result, it was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Fang Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Guts Gu transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched Air Sac Gu and could actually transfer Guts Gu. Now, he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create, I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again, Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person, I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned, she was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature, she was not surprised, she smiled, the debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal Yuan stone, immortal Gu recipes, or immortal materials do you want, just name it. Her tone was very polite, after all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled, I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength Gu and strength Qi Gu in He Lulan's hands. 2 lives, 2 Gu. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace, these 2 immortal Gu are Xiao Lan's core Gu worms. A gentleman does not take what others like, Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 Gu worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head, even if we are discovered, Xiao Lan's life will be in danger, I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Xiaolan, the two of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill, helping us is also beneficial to the two of you. Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable, I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition, I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them, they had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time, thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache, she quickly stood up and advised, "Wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk." "Fairy, what do you want?" "I am all ears." Fang Yuan lowered his attitude, he was very humble and polite. "Sigh, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal Gu are not mine, I cannot promise you anything now." Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression, "That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much, just pretend I did not say anything." "Fairy, you are right, self-strength and strength Qi Gu are He Lulan's immortal Gu, how can you make the decision?" "Forget it, we are allies after all, I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path Gu worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time, we need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I are in Central Continent, even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan." These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt, he did not forget to add, "Speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement?" Sigh, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm, he was not always a good person. "You too." Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden, even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved, even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, 2 immortal Gu. But you can only choose between strength Qi and strength Qi, I can make the decision for Little Lan. The remaining immortal Gu will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore." Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but be moved, he sighed, He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Fang Yuan pondered for a while, he knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength Qi and Self Qi were good, but Fang Yuan had obtained several new Strength Path Immortal Gu, he did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What, you want Mountain Pledge Gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo was extremely important, it was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Goo was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. This was mostly a test, he had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several Immortal Goo here, you can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Fang Yuan was still thinking about that slavery Immortal Goo in He Lolan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's Immortal Goo, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This Immortal Goo is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an Immortal Goo and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this Immortal Goo not long ago, it was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This Goo was called Time Luck, it was a luck path and time path Immortal Goo, it expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling, she tried to persuade him. Fang Yuan, if you really choose this Goo, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this Time Luck Immortal Goo from Qin Bai Sheng as a reward. If ordinary Goo immortals use this Goo, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead, I am afraid you cannot use this Goo. You might as well choose other Immortal Goo. Oh. So it is like that. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Goo Path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A Goo Master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan Goo could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, Goo immortals valued their lives even more than Goo Masters, they valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Sheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Even so, not a single lifespan Goo was auctioned. Instead, in Mortal Goo Masters transactions, lifespan Goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After Goo Masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a Goo immortal, they would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status and life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, Goo immortals had limited lifespans, living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal Goo Masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan, they would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the Goo Masters' outlook, the more they cherished their lives, they would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyue or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for Goo immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more, they would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a Goo immortal. Time Luck Immortal Goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses time luck immortal goo as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead he laughed, "In that case, I need this immortal goo even more." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal goo. The reason is simple, it is because I obtained a modified mortal goo recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck Immortal Goo needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan." "So it's like that." Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunqing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan, "When we bought this goo recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck Immortal Goo. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunqing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Goo Immortal, Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time were both Time Path Goo worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. "Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck Immortal Goo and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck Immortal Goo to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, "Precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move, even if we cannot create a way to use Time Luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend Time Luck Immortal Goo to you. At that time, you can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck. It will be the same." Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, "Immortal Goo are unique. Time Luck Immortal Goo is in your hands. You naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would Time Luck Immortal Goo be lent to me?" Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With Time Luck Immortal Goo in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Fang Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out Time Luck Immortal Goo. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Goo and this immortal killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other Goo immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help. But she did not want the two-strength path immortal Goo to end up in Fang Yuan's hands, thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus, she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness, if not for Time Luck Immortal Goo, he might not even want the other Goo worms. If he really wants the two-strength path Immortal Goo, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use immortal goo when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster, because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable, wrapping around little Lan tightly, she could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed. It could be said that Feng Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person. She schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian'er died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie, she only concealed it. In the future, even if Feng Yuan could not wake up He Lulan, because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Feng Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Feng Yuan take away Time Luck Immortal Goo. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Feng Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 Immortal Goo. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement, he had profited greatly. But he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Feng Yuan wanted the 2-strength path Immortal Goo, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb. Feng Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 Immortal Goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than Immortal Goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately set off, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and quickly refining many Dream Path Mortal Goo to form an Immortal Killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui who had already gathered most of the demonic path Goo immortals and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Feng Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 Goo immortals surrounded the 2 people in the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground, his back was bent, he supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated, almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song. Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade, it was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baisheng's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly, the jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baisheng. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move, they blocked Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baisheng's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Goo immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baisheng. His tone was full of praise. That's right, this is the Green Jade Song I created, it can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. Alright, you are a true man, it is too much of a pity for you to die like this, searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baisheng. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baisheng's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baisheng's wealth. Qin Baisheng was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baisheng, they might be even worse off. Feng Jioge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baisheng lost his battle intent. The Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves, no wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves, Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying, even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young Wisdom Path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers, a colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced, he sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baisheng not to play any tricks. Qin Baisheng's expression was extremely ugly, he naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you, I lost the bet, you can ask me anything. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baisheng said. You. The Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy, they frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled, no matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baisheng spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Qin Baisheng was stunned, Feng Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes, he felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang, oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baisheng immediately said, this seller is called Sha Huang, he is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang, immortal zombie. Feng Jioge muttered, continue. Qin Baisheng continued, I have not known this person for long, the reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu and found that this person's luck was not ordinary, thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious, he seems to have a backer. In this auction, he sold 13 Gu Immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baisheng's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baisheng growled in pain, he quickly focused his mind and activated Healing Immortal Gu. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable, his body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash, his life was in danger. Feng Jiuge looked at Qin Baisheng, before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baisheng's words were all true. Thus, Feng Jiuge asked, second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baisheng heard this and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent Immortals looked at Qin Baisheng, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky. A figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jiuge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal Gu. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jiuge shook his head, it is not that I am unwilling to make a move. But I found out that this person has a soul explosion method, just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this? The Gu Immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jiuge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo, you will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic, it is all thanks to Lord Feng Jiuge, now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jiuge nodded, next, we will split into 2 groups, one group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Gu Immortals listened to him, they split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, He Lang Zi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move, wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baisheng was ambushed, they have already fought. He Cheng was experienced, seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jianghu quickly took out an investigative Gu worm, after inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baisheng was not captured, he escaped and went that way. Fairy Jianghu's investigative method made He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Gu Immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jianghu's manipulation, more than 10 Gu Immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jiuge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Gu Immortals attacked, Qin Baisheng actually escaped. Shuesong Zi was surprised, there are only 5 of us, how can we trap Qin Baisheng? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal spoke, his voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jianghu stored the Gu worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression, go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jade wood egg, gasp, so many of them. Fang Yuan, you are crafty and cunning, you really did not disappoint me. Land Spirit of Lengia buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity but also of good quality. The Land Spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Fang Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by Land Spirit of Lengia. But in the end, Fang Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan said. Land Spirit of Lengia stared with wide eyes. He was not happy, instead he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Fang Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men, they are raised well, almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement, my batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine, help me refine Gu and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid, this is a fair transaction. Fang Yuan said warmly. Chapter 776. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu, a Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, Fang Yuan was floating above Dang Hun Mountain. In his original form, he was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. He had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Dang Hun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Dang Hun Mountain. He suddenly shouted, "Pulling Mountain." At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength, as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble. At first, this sound was only a slight sound. But in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder. The entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Dang Hun Mountain. Under Fang Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body. This was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Dang Hun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth was slightly agape. She had an expression of shock. Rise again. Fang Yuan wanted to experiment to reach this step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body, they were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter. At the same time, Fang Yuan's speed of raising Dang Hun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now, it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Fang Yuan activated Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks were scattered all over his body. They were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together, some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The Strength Path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Gu. The power of the Immortal Gu did not change. But when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Fang Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Dang Hun Mountain rose to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Dang Hun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Fang Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore, and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later. In front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Fang Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Goo Immortal, my Strength Path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength, under the resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo will continuously expend immortal essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. The immortal essence expenditure seems huge, but considering that the target is Dang Hun Mountain, the expenditure is not much. Dang Hun Mountain was a mystical land that could produce guts goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Even Snowy Mountain could not compare to such an important and precious land. Based on this, Fang Yuan guessed that if he were to uproot other ordinary mountains, it would be much easier than Dang Hun Mountain. What a great pulling mountain! After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and praised softly, feeling very satisfied. After all, any mountain could not be easily uprooted or moved. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Casually uprooting them would destroy them if the roots were broken. According to Qi Path's description, the entire world was made up of heaven and earth Qi. The 2 Qi converged and fluctuated endlessly, forming all sorts of natural sceneries. For example, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formed from abundant heaven Qi, mixed with earth Qi. As for mountain peaks and hills, they were formed from the accumulation of earth Qi, mixed with some heaven Qi. It was always easier to destroy than to build. Mountains were easy to destroy, but not easy to move. The mountain roots were connected to the earth, and the earth Qi intertwined. Like the foundation of a tall building, if one forcefully uprooted it, the earth Qi would be cut and the mountain would be destroyed. But Pulling Mountain had a mystical ability, it could directly cut off the earth Qi and not damage the mountain. After falling down, it could connect with the earth Qi. This was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Pulling Mountain, pulling water. Next, I will try this Strength Path Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan left Dang Hun Mountain, and with Little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the eastern side of the Blessed Land, floating in front of the lake. On the eastern side of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were lakes of all sizes. In the past, Fang Yuan connected the east and north, using water to extinguish the fire. During this period, countless rockmen were sacrificed. Right now, there were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, many air bubble fishes, and a few water wolf groups living in the lake. Above the lake, there was a continuous stretch of dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass, forming a grassland in the sky. In the grassland, groups of starlight fireflies were flying everywhere. Among the ordinary fireflies, there was a high proportion of starlight firefly goo. Thus, on the eastern side of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, although the dark clouds were dense, the stars were shining brightly. In the sky, there was a star cloud grassland, while on the ground, there were lakes of all sizes, sparkling and reflecting the light of the stars. Fang Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake, and activated Pulling Water Immortal Goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery, a formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed, large numbers of water plants were piled up together, there were also rocks, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Fang Yuan kneaded it as he pleased, sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving, but no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun, fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly, as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force, and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal goo are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Gu immortal. Against mortal Gu masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two Gu, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move myriad self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with myriad self. Because the concept of myriad self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunder Path Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard, but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created Blood Path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of effort, time, and effort. As for how to fuse these two strength path immortal Gu into myriad self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. As a witness, Fangjing spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything, he felt more disgust in his heart, there was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another, their words were biased towards Fangjing's side, they did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time, the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared, they had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation, there was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it, they sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance, do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus, he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong, there is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass goo is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Feng Zheng kowtowed repeatedly, Thank you, Lord Patriarch, thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Feng Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity, he deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave. The surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Feng Yuan recall by Goo Mountain in southern border. The pursuers arrived. Feng Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, time to wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The darkness faded, revealing the scene of Dang Hun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his hands were clenched. He was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream, he was holding the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo. Now that he returned to reality, this Dream Path Mortal Goo was nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan was not flustered. He looked into his mind. Only to see that in his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Goo was floating. All sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first Dream Path Mortal Goo is finally done. Feng Yuan smiled in relief. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the 3 immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment, he was obstructed by the Dao Mark door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Goo immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioge stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives. What? The immortal zombies were furious. Scoundrel, you can't escape, you actually dare to play tricks in front of me. A muscular immortal zombie said angrily. Be careful, it might be a trap. A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Goo immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jioge, they formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jioge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance, the aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu Immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4, both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu Immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak, it is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You outer region Gu Immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Humph. That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke, their morale was set. Feng Jioge clapped as he smiled. By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly, even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City, thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu Immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu Immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu Immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jioge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, "Your alliance's Dao Mark Gate is really powerful, I admire it very much." Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao Mark Gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The 4 immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jioge sighed, his tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate. If you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely. Humph, shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jioge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status, he had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first, followed by the other 3 immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jioge's smile did not diminish, he lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak, he did not need to fight. On the left and right, 2 Central Continent Gu Immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Gu Immortals had the upper hand, their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the 2 Central Continent Gu Immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen, he stopped. The other 3 immortal zombies also had low morale, they had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances, it is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Jiuge's smile deepened. He asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang Immortal Zombie. Sha Huang? Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Oh. Feng Jiuge's eyes flashed with joy. He said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff huff huff, Fairy Jianghu and the rest were all injured, they breathed roughly, they were in a pathetic state. Humph. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, hee, you can forget about it. Qin Baisheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jianghu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Humph. Qin Baisheng's expression was cold, he was still vigilant. Nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jianghu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation, since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time, I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jianghu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed goo immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses, you have to use this one. There are no traces of modification in the soul, that is because we used a supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 goo immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem, it is too perfect, the user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jianghu said as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baisheng looked at this immortal goo, silent. Fairy Jianghu continued, actually, Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you, feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. He really gave it to me. Shui Songzi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant, he used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then, he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered, he pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo, scoundrel. This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This. Shui Songzi cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal goo, but it was crushed just like that. He Cheng was also slightly shocked, he could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Cheng could not help but ask himself, if it was him, facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy, you. The black-robed Gu Immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jiangyu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal Gu would be crushed, and the soul would vanish. But fortunately, we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. Humph, what is this place? Qin Baisheng shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog. As Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves, strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley? Qin Baisheng took a few glances, his mind shaking. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jiangyu waved her sleeves again. Countless Gu worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm Gu as the foundation, forming a super Gu formation. The Gu formation activated with great power. He Lang Zi, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baisheng screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of Gu worms, including many immortal Gu, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baisheng's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baisheng had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baisheng looked at his hands, his voice was deep and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jiangyu and the black-robed Gu Immortal knelt on the ground. He Cheng and Shuesong Zi bowed slightly. As for He Lang Zi, he was still arrogant and unruly. He crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baisheng recalled everything. He snorted coldly, Feng Jioga. I will remember this. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jiangyu, did you only find these people? With just these people, we cannot take down Langya Blessed Land. It was my fault. Fairy Jiangyu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. He Cheng and Shuesong Zi's expressions changed slightly. He Lang Zi opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared, Qin Baisheng, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me? But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the Gu refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, leaving the dream realm. He was still in Danghun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation, old ancestor Shui who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. Chapter 780. Originally, when Fang Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed. He would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind. Using the dream path Mortal Gu in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first dream path Mortal Gu, because of the Gu worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. But with the increase of Dream Path Mortal Goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch, they had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine Goo. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough Dream Path Mortal Goo. Using these Dream Path Mortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan did not stop. He immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside. She was gathering Goo refinement materials for old ancestor Xue Hu. When she heard of Fang Yuan's news, she was overjoyed. She immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Xue Hu's punishment, returning to the 3rd peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret. She told Fang Yuan about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian'er left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal Goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land even though she was immortal. Fang Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal Goo as immortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Fang Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Fang Yuan did not lie. Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short, the number of Dream Path Mortal Goo is limited. 20 to 30%, what happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream, she is fine. And there is another benefit. After Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan, there are no benefits. Fang Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly, she felt that her tone was not right. She looked at Fang Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now, our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Li Shan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Fang Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the Dream Path Mortal Goo in his mind. These Mortal Goo were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical Goo formation. After activating them, the Goo formation activated. At the final step, Fang Yuan used Green Grape Immortal Goo to activate Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel mystery. Immortal Gu shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the dream path Gu formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes. There was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. A loud sound resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, he was in a hall. I have entered He Lulan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, he had an understanding in his heart, he turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe, they were treating a young Gu master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly. Young Master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left, he raised the cup with both hands. Thank you, Su tribe's leader. Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Cheng's generous wine bill. He Cheng cupped his fists, his tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Fang Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself, he found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with wood path mortal Gu, there were quite a number of them. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 wood path healing Gu master. Fang Yuan frowned. Wood path was not his forte, and he was a healing Gu master. He sighed internally, consoling himself, this is not my dream realm after all, as an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is? Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall, she was wearing a maid's clothing, her face resembled He Lulan's, she was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura, her aura was very different. It's Su Xian air. A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank, this person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing, if the other party did not show himself, with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what Gu worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Cheng. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time, the elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious Gu master looked around, but did not move, he still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. 2 more mysterious Gu masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's Gu masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Su tribe Gu master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured Gu master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Su tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped, he had a bad feeling. The 3 Gu masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here, there was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Cheng. He Lulan. As a healing Gu master, Fang Yuan had been standing behind Su tribe leader, seeing the Gu master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader, she had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now, she was fighting with the lightly injured Gu master from Su tribe, she had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Fang Yuan. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream, thus when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm, as the owner of the Dream Realm, she participated in the creation of the Dream Realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. He Lulan, it is me, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he shouted and went past Su tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall Elder. Su tribe leader shouted in shock. Feng Yuan did not care about his thoughts, with a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an impostor. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Su tribe Gu master who had gone through the second scene with Feng Yuan shouted and exposed Feng Yuan's identity. Feng Yuan? He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression, before her eyes shone with a fierce light, get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Feng Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also attacked Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted, shouting, "Unravel Dream." Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the two Gu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Gu masters present, they stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone, she was extremely wary of Feng Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. He Lulan. Feng Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the owner of the dream, she was dreaming, unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill He Cheng. Su tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go, they had no choice but to follow. He Cheng seemed to be injured, he was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xianxia was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Feng Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Cheng and Su Xianxia. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xianxia did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation, how can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. He Lulan looked at Su Xianxia with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior, leave quickly. Feng Yuan got closer as Su Xianxia shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck He Cheng's head. With a loud sound, He Cheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, He Cheng, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ha ha ha. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Feng Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly, the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other, Su tribe leader and He Cheng were chatting and drinking, the atmosphere was very lively. Su tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly, young master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left, he raised his cup with both hands, thank you, Su tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation, the three scenes are repeating continuously. Feng Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now, he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage, my strength has fallen. Feng Yuan felt bitter, this is troublesome, He Lulan is already in the dream, she did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Feng Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain-blessed land. He Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first, but soon became clear. She saw the 8-arm immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood, so it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in He Lulan's dream realm, using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again. He suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Feng Yuan was one step ahead and killed He Cheng, causing He Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change, did Feng Yuan awaken He Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After He Lulan realized this, Feng Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Feng Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward? He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Feng Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. Guh. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless, I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting cross-legged on the bed as he said with a heavy tone, to think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 Love Gu from Shao tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm. Sigh, dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lan Ku sighed. The prophecy of 3 Venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Gu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered thieving heaven demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fongming, took on this mission, but not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister, Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times, but to no avail. It was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Gu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although Immortal Gu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone. Sigh, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Gu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal goo. And they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with dream path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. His advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of dream path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where dream path goo worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of dream path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. If there are no guts goo, then brother. Tang Miao was extremely anxious. Her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held on to a sliver of hope as she asked, "Why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market?" This time, it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke. "We have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit." But the other party did not reply. "Recently, Fang Ming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining guts goo in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the guts goo are decreasing in quantity. Now, there are almost none left." Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom and her breathing became chaotic. Tang Clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before guts goo appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fangming alive. But now, Tang Fangming was too deep in the dream realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless. His recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without guts goo, Tang Fangming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the goo immortals in front of her. "I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now that brother is in such a situation, you are just watching on the sidelines?" "You can't say that." "What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years, our Tang clan has been keeping Fang Ming alive. We have put in so much effort, we have paid a huge price. You are one of the people involved, you have seen it all." Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples. He was not making empty promises, his words were true and logical. "I don't care." Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship. These Tang clan goo immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang clan's higher-ups seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fangming became a goo immortal, while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage goo master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang clan. Tang clan's goo immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fangming. Eventually, Tang clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fangming's return. Compared to a goo immortal, so what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fangming judged the situation and joined Tang clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a goo immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother. She was still biased against Tang clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, "I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights, there are only 3 ways to deal with Fang Ming." "Which 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. "The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. Implant its soul into Fang Ming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fang Ming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal goo that our clan has, to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fang Ming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator Wuxia Xianxia." First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. "I need to consider this, elders, please leave." The Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse, he will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete, brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That Wuxia Xianxia might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing, even brother praises him in private. But to invite him, there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the Wuxia Xianxia sect. Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. "Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you." Tang Miao sat on the bed. In the dim light, she was as beautiful as a flower. Floating astronomy. Chapter 783. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise, "I have already used it so many times, this guts goo is truly a top-quality goo for strengthening the soul. In He Lolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time." He breathed in deeply, he felt refreshed, the dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. "Land Spirit, where is it?" Fang Yuan called. Master, are your injuries completely healed?" At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a swoosh, her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. The green-faced fanged Fang Yuan slowly nodded. "Tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation." Little Hu Immortal shook her head. "Many things happened, but they are not big matters." A moment later, little Hu Immortal finished her report, but Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while He Fengyang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying crane Little Nine. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections, they kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now, he had already fought over 20 Gu immortals, with only 1 draw and 1 loss. His battle achievements were outstanding, his reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him to Immortal Monkey King Shirley. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find vicious lightning fiend and fight with him. However, Shirley had not responded. Central Continent's Gu immortals were puzzled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even combat immortal sects seemed to have become much more low-profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Fang Yuan already knew that Shirley had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably at this moment, he was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's heart moved. Initially, he had no methods, he could only escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now, he had Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were natural dream path Immortal Gu. And these dream path Immortal Gu could be counted on one hand. But I have a dream path Immortal Killer move, even without a dream path Immortal Gu, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Fang Yuan greatly. For example, this time, after Fang Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Dao. The foundation of one's Strength Path realm. He had committed a huge crime, he was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Fang Yuan's identity as Sha Huang. They were not simple, they gave Fang Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from little Hu Immortals report, Northern Plains situation was calmer than Central Continent. The Gu Immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the number 1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land strength to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, this was already known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. As the number 1 righteous path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang. He deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Baisheng had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Fang Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Fang Yuan's worries, instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, they would get rid of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance, even if Fang Yuan could escape. He would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark, I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then, it was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Fang Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains situation. Taking the initiative and information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself. Even if I obtained news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? Ah, that's not right. Fang Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom Gu spread, even if he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 Gu immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength, only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Fang Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Fang Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision turned blurry, intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Fang Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant, he flew 3 li. Fang Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Langia. Thus, Fang Yuan's path was blocked. With air sac gu refinement obstructed, there was no guts gu trade. The guts gu trade was Fang Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought gu, and Fang Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fang Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal gu and choose strength chi immortal gu. Humph, He Lulan. I want to see who can last longer. Fang Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and returned to Dang Hun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many Dream Path Mortal Gu. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more Dream Path Mortal Gu in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of Northern Plains, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Tru Yang building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples. His youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation, they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But Old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow, I have disappointed you. How can this be? We still can't deduce it. The culprit is not simple, he has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The immortals were elites of their sects. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Jioge spoke. "We do not have a clear target now, we might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sections. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information." Feng Jioge had the highest prestige. No one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now. They had important matters to deal with. They dispersed and left this place to deal with their sect's missions. Old Oracle and Feng Jioge were the last to speak. Lord Jioge. Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Jioge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Jioge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. The collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth. Old Oracle lowered his head and said, but the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. Chapter 785. 10 days later, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Time Luck Immortal Gu floated above Feng Yuan's head, moving around continuously. Time Luck Immortal Gu was like a jade centipede. It was light green in color. Right now, it was floating in a small space above Feng Yuan's head. It was moving slowly while emitting a water-like luster. Feng Yuan injected green grape immortal essence into it while inspecting the Gu worm inch of time in his immortal aperture. Previously, he had made an agreement with Langya Blessed Land. He asked Langya Blessed Land's hairy men to make large amounts of inch of time. Langya Blessed Land's time flow was faster than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The quality of the hairy men inside was the best in the world. Thus, after Feng Yuan paid the immortal materials, a large number of inch of time Gu worms piled up in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture like a small mountain of gold. An inch of time is an inch of gold. Inch of time Gu was immortal Gu. Its shape was like a gold bar. The higher the time revolution, the thicker and bigger the gold bar. However, at this moment, as Feng Yuan activated Time Luck Immortal Gu, inch of time Gu was expended greatly. In just a few breaths' time, the golden mountain had completely vanished into thin air. Without inch of time support, Time Luck Immortal Gu above his head stopped. Feng Yuan sighed with regret. It seems that using inch of time to replace lifespan to activate Time Luck Immortal Gu is too much of a stretch. I have only activated it for such a short period of time, and the benefits in terms of luck path are close to zero. Like what Fairy Li Shan had said earlier, activating Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence and the Gu Immortal's lifespan in exchange for a boost in luck path. However, Feng Yuan did not have much lifespan left. How could he waste it so easily? During the final stages of the battle at Imperial Court Blessed Land, when he was forced to turn into an immortal zombie, he was already old and feeble. He himself had not used lifespan Gu, that is to say, out of an average lifespan of 100 years, he only had 10 years or less left. If one day, he successfully got rid of his immortal zombie body and became a healthy human, his remaining lifespan would not change. In other words, when I recover one day, my body will become old and full of vicissitudes. This is a problem. Unless I can find lifespan Gu before that and use it on myself. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but frown. Lifespan Gu were hard to find and extremely rare. Normally, Gu immortals would not trade them after obtaining them. Even in the recently concluded Northern Plains auction, not a single lifespan Gu was sold. Lifespan Gu was only immortal Gu, but its production conditions were not fixed. Gu immortals searching for lifespan Gu were almost completely based on luck. Thus, in many situations, lifespan Gu were obtained by mortal Gu masters and Gu immortals could not control them. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was able to find lifespan Gu and increase his lifespan by hundreds of years. It was also a similar situation. Currently, the best way to search for lifespan Gu is 88-point Jianghu Tower. Unfortunately, I only obtained one lifespan Gu from this immortal Gu house. I gave it to Tai by Yunsheng. It's basically impossible to recreate the 88-point Jianghu Tower. Fang Yuan willed as time luck immortal goo turned into a ray of light, entering his immortal aperture. Even though his immortal aperture had turned into a dead land and would break apart every once in a while, it was still very spacious for goo worms. Time luck immortal goo floated to the side of another golden mountain. These two golden mountains were naturally piled up by inch of time goo worms. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of inch of time goo worms from land spirit of Langia. They were piled up into two small mountains. One of them had already been used up. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan understood, but at the same time, he warned himself. He Lulan's mistake was right in front of him, he could not ignore it. He Lulan wanted to take revenge, she took the risk of undergoing tribulation to raise her cultivation level, but she was careless and almost died. Now that she could not endure it, she sent her vital immortal goo self-strength over. At this stage, she could not underestimate the enemy and advance rashly. How could a goo immortal's calamities and tribulations be so easy to pass? No matter how talented or arrogant one was, they had to recognize reality. He Lulan was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers, she kept advancing bravely. After suffering this time, she should be more restrained in the future. But it is all thanks to her, otherwise, how could I have obtained self-strength immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed inwardly. He brought the elephant leg to his mouth and took a big bite, eating it with relish. He Lulan saw this and sneered, "You have already become a zombie, you have lost your sense of taste. Now that you have no hope of regaining your human body, you can only reminisce about the past." Fang Yuan said slowly and leisurely, "Fairy Lulan, you did not come here just to watch me eat meat, right?" He Lulan's expression was grim, her tone contained anger and hatred as she said, "You are so gluttonous, aren't you afraid of bursting to death? Don't worry, I have a good appetite. Bursting to death is better than starving to death." Humph. He Lulan gritted her teeth in anger, trying to suppress the anger in her heart as she said in a relaxed tone, "Actually, why can't I change the taste? That way, everyone will have meat to eat. Fate is unpredictable, who hasn't fallen before?" Fang Yuan knew what she meant. He Lulan wanted to use strength chi immortal goo to replace self-strength and give it to Fang Yuan as a reward. But Fang Yuan would never agree to it. He swallowed the food in his mouth as he sighed deeply, sighing, "Precisely because fate is unpredictable, I have to become stronger by all means, to deal with my future downfall. He Lulan, you understand me, I have already made up my mind, I will not change it." He Lulan squinted. Fang Yuan was such a person, she was also such a person. She was about to speak when her pupils shrunk. She saw that on Fang Yuan's body, a ray of light slowly appeared. This ray of light was on his chest, it was only a phantom image at first, but it became brighter and brighter, condensing into a solid form, deeply imprinting itself on Fang Yuan's body. Strength Path Dao Mark? He Lulan's expression changed. Just earlier, she had personally seen Fang Yuan gain a strength path Dao mark. She quickly calmed down and thought of the answer, her eyes twitched as she said in a hoarse voice, "So the eat strength immortal goo that appeared in the Northern Plains auction is in your hands. How did all the good things end up in your hands?" Eat strength immortal goo had little value to other goo immortals, they did not dare to use it often. But to strength path goo immortals, it was a true treasure. Especially for He Lulan, her cultivation was at a bottleneck, she could not undergo tribulations to increase her strength. At this time, eat strength immortal goo which had no risk in using it became even more important. Fang Yuan did not reply, he bit down on the bone in his hand. He had already finished eating the flesh on the elephant leg, but the bone still contained natural strength path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's teeth were sharp, even though the elephant leg bone was hard, it was crushed into pieces by his sharp teeth, he swallowed it. A moment later, another strength path Dao mark appeared on Fang Yuan's body. He was not afraid of He Lulan going back on her words. Because when they signed the agreement, there was already a time limit. He Lulan came at the last moment. She wanted to try her best. He even saw a dark swamp with an enormous blood path goo immortal cultivating inside. A huge blood path goo immortal was shrouded in it. The more the old man looked, the colder his expression became, the more anger accumulated in his turbid old eyes. These people have escaped the punishment of fate. Finally, he walked up the stairs and stepped onto the top of the pagoda. An immortal goo appeared in front of him. Rank 9 immortal goo, Fate. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. It had a weak aura and a red scar that almost cut it in half. The old man stared at this goo for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house, but its first core, Fate, had suffered a fatal injury and was on the verge of destruction. Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The old man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing deep hatred. The one who caused such damage to Fate Immortal Goo was none other than the famous Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. When Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate, he also broke the shackles of Fate, allowing all living beings in the world to control their own fate. However, Immortal Goo Fate was not completely destroyed. However, even with the protection of the Celestial Court's immortals, Fate's injury could not be healed even after 1,000,000 years. The cause of this situation was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's doing. Fate Immortal Goo's injury was not only on the goo worm itself, but also on all living beings in the world, those who had escaped the punishment of fate. The existence of these people signified the collapse of fate. Thus, there were two ways to restore Fate Immortal Goo. On one hand, it was to deal with the injuries on the goo worm. On the other hand, it was to get rid of all the people who had escaped fate and clear the obstacles for Fate Immortal Goo. No matter which aspect it was a huge problem. This was especially true for the second reason. The 5 regions were vast, and there were people escaping from their fates at every moment. It was very difficult for the Celestial Court to get rid of these existences. Even if the Celestial Court was the #1 Goo Immortal organization, it could only control Central Continent. The other 4 regions were connected to Central Continent by regional walls. The stronger the expert, the harder it was to break through the regional walls. The regional walls of the 5 regions were like layers of protection, isolating the 5 regions into their own domains. Initially, when Fate Immortal Goo was just injured, the Celestial Court's efforts to get rid of the escapees was quite effective. But just a few years later, countless escapees appeared like waves on the sea, unable to deal with them. More than 10 years later, this situation spread throughout the 5 regions. Decades later, immortal zombie existences appeared. Those who should have died were still alive. This was a classic example of escaping fate. In the end, he used up all of the malicious thought goo, but the progress was only a little over 10%. My transformation path attainment level is still too low. Fang Yuan sighed. At this time, he suddenly sensed that a moving perspective cup goo had entered his immortal aperture. A letter was sent over from the goo. Fang Yuan opened it. There were only 4 words in the letter: "The time has come." Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he stood up. The person who wrote the letter was Fairy Li Shan. Originally, Fang Yuan had planned to follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance clues to find Luo Pa Valley. But not long ago, Fairy Li Shan suddenly sent news that made Fang Yuan give up on Luo Pa Valley's plan. This news was about Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance. After Dongfang Naganori died, he made Dongfang Yuliang the inheritor of his legacy. But the latter was only a mortal goo master. to prevent other Gu immortals with ulterior motives from taking this wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori did not directly give the wisdom path inheritance to Dongfang Yuliang, but placed it in a secret location. Fairy Lishan had many friends, she was good at gathering information. This time, the information was that Dongfang Yuliang had secretly left for an unknown location, attempting to obtain the wisdom path inheritance. Floating astronomy. Chapter 789. Seeing these desolate beasts appearing in their vision, there were even several ancient desolate beasts among them. The Gu immortals flying in the air had to slow down as their expressions turned grim. As expected of Dongfang Naganori's plan, it was meticulously planned. He had already calculated today's situation. Even if they died, they would create a problem for these Gu immortals. In the eyes of these alerted desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were invaders. Originally, they lived in Tai Chiu, they had their own territories and lived in harmony. When Dongfang Yuliang and the rest barged in, they were like butterflies or birds that flew into their garden, they could not be disturbed. But the Gu immortals were like bandits, they had to be alerted and fight back with all their strength, they even had to work together to defend Tai Chiu. To humans, Tai Chiu was one of the 10 great fierce lands of northern plains. But to these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, the 10 great fierce lands were the only blessed lands, they were rare habitats that humans could not invade. At once, seeing so many desolate beasts, the Gu immortals were hesitant. Even though they had the numbers, they were not united, because of the wisdom path inheritances, they were wary of each other, they could not cooperate. And they could not fight the desolate beasts to their heart's content. Once they fought, the aftershocks would spread to Tai Chiu and destroy the traces of the teleportation Gu formation, it would be hard for the Gu immortals to track them. Those who could become Gu immortals were not fools. Dongfang Changfan's plan was so obvious, in an instant, they all understood it. These desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts are not important. We cannot get entangled with these beasts, we might lose our clues. Break through them and find the traces. Then we can follow them. The Gu immortals were still flying towards the location of the teleportation Gu formation, but they had to slow down. The desolate beasts were a huge problem, but the surrounding Gu immortals were an even bigger threat. If it was convenient, these demonic path Gu immortals would not mind. They could get rid of the competitors around them. Roar! A fast desolate beast got into contact with a female Gu immortal. This rank 6 female Gu immortal was called Hirua, she was known as Peacock Flying Immortal, she cultivated transformation path. She cursed, feeling aggrieved. But he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for being unlucky and choosing a bad position. Seeing the dire beast charging towards her, she did not engage in battle. Instead, she suddenly transformed into a blurry greenish-gray bird. He flapped his wings and flew away from the dire beast, flying towards the crucial location. The desolate beast could not catch up, so it turned its gaze to the nearest unlucky person. The green-gray bird quickly surpassed the other Gu immortals, becoming the Gu immortal closest to the crucial location. Naturally, some Gu immortals would not ignore this. A mere mortal killer move dares to show off. Waves surged as a rank 7 Gu immortal stepped on a huge wave. Stop the greenish-gray bird. This Gu immortal had a majestic aura, but he was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck close to his bones. His veins were densely packed and visible. Seeing this person, most of the surrounding Gu immortals showed wariness in their eyes. This was the rank 7 Gu immortal Pai Shuihan. People of the demonic Dao cultivated both the ice and water Daos. He had been famous for a long time. Peacock flying immortal Hirua saw that Pai Shuihan was blocking her path. But she did not dodge. Instead, with a soft cry, the aura of an immortal goo gushed out. Hirua activated the immortal goo. The greenish-gray bird immediately turned from blurry to clear. He fought 2 against 1, forcing back Shirho and Divine Lord Tiandu. The immortal goo he used had extraordinary power, but he had already kept them in his immortal aperture. Nobody could see them clearly. Let's go. At this time, in another direction, Gu Immortal Lu Qingming shouted. Gu Immortal Su Guang and Han Dong followed behind him. They advanced rashly. Exclamations of shock were heard. It's the Earth-traveling 3 elites. Stop them. Be careful. When they work together, their battle strength can fight rank 7. The 3 elites let out a dazzling light. The light connected and formed the shape of a chariot. This was a killer move that could only be used by 3 Gu Immortals working together. The killer move had incredible power. The 3 elites charged around unstoppably. They got close to the Gu formation. There were only 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. There were not many rank 7 Gu Immortals either. For example, Qin Baisheng, Fairy Li Shan, and others. They were all famous for a long time. In the Gu Immortal world, most Gu Immortals were rank 6. When the 3 elites worked together, they had rank 7 battle strength. They were feared by others. Moreover, they had chosen their direction carefully. There were no rank 7 enemies. Because of this, the 3 of them got close to the teleportation Gu formation first. The 3 of them were extremely fast. Pai Shuihan, Free Scholar, and others could not stop them in time. He could not stop them in time, and could only watch as the 3 heroes landed on the Gu formation. However, at this time, a change occurred. The 3 elites' figures flickered and vanished. A huge desolate beast batfish flapped its wings and flew away. This is a ruin bat. Ruin bats are space path desolate beasts. This one actually has concealment goo. The 3 elites were devoured by it. Ha, their lives are not in danger. But they lost the most precious opportunity. Some of the Gu Immortals were shocked, some were gloating. The ruin bat was not an exception. At this time, Tai Chio's desolate beasts had already surrounded the Gu Immortals. They were engaged in a full-scale battle. The cute and petite peach wolf, the phantom light flying horse that was as fast as light, the white-hooved ink dragon that was steady like a mountain, and the blood-tongue tree that had branches that looked like long blood tongues. There was also the Chi Path rank 7 desolate beast origin returning peacock that could absorb the surrounding primeval energy, as well as the 3 desolate beast coiling mountain goats, and the lawless antelope that could give rank 7 Gu Immortals headaches. At once, the scene became chaotic. The desolate beasts and Gu Immortals fought intensely, while the Gu Immortals fought against each other. But no matter how chaotic the battle was, the Gu Immortals were protecting the crucial locations, trying to preserve all traces of the teleportation Gu formation. Follow me. With Fairy Li Shan at the lead, Fang Yuan and He Lulan moved through the chaotic battle, moving around agilely, unknowingly getting closer to the Gu formation. Moo! A bull-shaped desolate beast blocked Fang Yuan's path. You dare to snatch it from me? Gu Immortal Zhua Zhan held a huge hammer and wore red copper armor. He was riding a fat boar as he charged towards Fang Yuan's group from behind. At the same time, Divine Lord Tiandu, who was far away, sneered. An immortal Gu flew out, turning into a lightning shuttle that shot towards them. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped them. Don't move, let me use my method. As he spoke, countless Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture. Rank 4 All-Out Effort Gu, Bitter Strength Gu, Borrow Strength Gu, Self-Reliance Gu, Refine Essence Spirit Gu, Earth Strength Gu, Water Strength Gu, Wind Strength Gu, Lightning Strength Gu, Fire Strength Gu, Lurking Soul Coat Gu, breath concealment goo, countless mortal goo danced like butterflies, flying in the air. An immortal goo was at the center, it was the strength path immortal goo, self-strength. While flying in a dazzling manner, mortal goo weaved threads of light in the air. Immortal goo self-strength burst out with a piercing light, connecting the threads of light into one, forming a huge sun-like lump of light. The light shone on the ground of the immortal aperture. On the ground, hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan strength path phantoms stood quietly. Before coming here, Fang Yuan had already made preparations, he had activated this strength path phantom army in advance. Immortal killer move, myriad self, first style, giant hand. Fang Yuan chanted in his mind. Hundreds of thousands of Fang Yuan's phantoms stretched out their right palms, raising them towards the huge lump of light in the sky. Around the lump of light, there were already hundreds of group strength goo, they entered the lump of light. At the same time, outside, Fang Yuan slowly pushed out his right hand. Boom! A strength path giant hand suddenly appeared. The air within a radius of several hundred feet was torn apart. The giant hand pushed, the bull-shaped desolate beast was sent flying. The giant hand grabbed, lightning shuttle immortal goo was trapped within. The giant hand clenched into a giant fist, punching towards goo immortal Zhuozhan. Zhuozhan was stunned. His eyes widened like a cow's. With a cry, he fled. Chapter 790. Fang Yuan's giant hand had a shocking effect, it immediately attracted many goo immortals' shocked gazes. In fact, this kind of killer move design idea of accumulating numbers and erupting again was very common. It was like using the most ordinary fire pellet goo to shoot out a fireball. How could it be more powerful? Most ordinary people would think like this: accumulate fireballs one by one and shoot them out at the same time in battle. That way, with more fireballs, the power of the move would increase. This was the most common and simple way of thinking. But everything was always easy to think of, but it was not easy to actually do it. How could one store the fireballs that were shot out in advance? Even if one accumulated a lot of fireballs, how could they be shot out all at once? Even if they were shot out, how could they aim the fireballs and not shoot randomly? Only after solving these problems would the goo master have a killer move in the truest sense of the word. Thus, nurturing, using, and refining goo worms, every aspect was profound and profound. Especially in the aspect of using goo, innovation was needed. Even if a killer move was created, because of the differences between individuals, every killer move had its own advantages and disadvantages. Fang Yuan's idea of the immortal killer move myriad self could be said to have broken through the barriers, it allowed enslavement and strength path to fuse, it was a grand achievement. He had the foundation of strength path, he had also inquired heaven and earth during his second aperture's immortal ascension, thus he had deep accumulations. Afterwards, he made a huge sacrifice and risked his life by relying on rank 9 wisdom goo. With endless inspiration in his mind, he was able to create the immortal killer move myriad self. In the whole process, Fang Yuan played the most crucial role. But the surrounding environment. Wisdom goo, immortal ascension, and imperial court blessed land's destruction, they all had unique effects. The immortal killer move myriad self, which was the fusion of enslavement and strength path, surpassed most immortal killer moves in the world from its design concept alone. With this starting point, if Fang Yuan developed it in the future and perfected it, he could even create a brand new path. Thus, even though myriad self was only in its initial stage, its potential was absolutely shocking. Enslavement path was the pinnacle of attrition tactics. Leading an army, using cannon fodder tactics, using absolute numbers to overwhelm the enemy. Strength path, acting as a hero. Using all sorts of strength to strengthen one's body. He would kill any god that stood in his way. If an ordinary man was enraged, blood would splash 5 feet into the air. Within this area, a single person could rival a country. The two extremes fused into one, creating the killer move Myriad itself. Fang Yuan could use the power of a single person to summon tens of millions of strength path phantoms. He commanded as he wished. When fighting against He Cheng, the strength path phantom army forced He Cheng and Xue Songzi to retreat. There was nothing he could do. This was the manifestation of strength path supporting enslavement path in Myriad self. But now, the giant handprint was the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of the enslavement path transforming into the strength path. And the key to this effect was group strength goo. It was these ancient goo worms that entered the light lump of the killer move and mobilized the strength path phantom's power, adding it to Fang Yuan's body. There was another crucial point: self-strength immortal goo. If it was the previous cleansed soul immortal goo, it would not be able to activate giant hand. The so-called giant handprint was just a hand of the strength path giant. He Lulan had once grasped self-strength immortal goo. The strongest transformation of her killer move was a strength path giant phantom. Dongfang Naganori was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, but he could actually set up a wisdom path inheritance here. This showed that he was indeed the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. He was truly extraordinary. Just as the immortals were hesitating above the ruined bat's corpse, Dongfang Yuliang had already entered the 8th palace. You are finally here, the successor that I have my eyes on. A nebula formed into Dongfang Naganori's appearance, appearing in front of Dongfang Yuliang's group. Teacher. Dongfang Yuliang kowtowed with tears in his eyes. Nebula nodded, looking down at Dongfang Yuliang. To be able to enter, you have great talent. This is not the final palace, but it is the end of the inheritance. As long as you perfect this Gu formation and activate it, you will completely inherit this wisdom path inheritance and obtain my wisdom path immortal Gu. Teacher, I will do my best. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shone with intense fighting spirit. No. His gaze turned resolute. A portion of the waves under his feet created a huge wave that was over 100 feet tall, crashing towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Speaking of which, Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were not on good terms. They had even fought each other before. They had a grudge against each other. But now that Fang Yuan displayed a powerful method, Pai Shuihan was not an ordinary person. He let go of the grudge in his heart and turned his firepower to cooperate with Free Scholar, attacking Fang Yuan. 2 rank 7 Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan. The surrounding Gu immortals retreated even further. Come at me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, showing no fear as he sent out 3 more hands. There were a total of 8 gigantic strength path hands. 3 of them blocked off the unfettered scholar, while the other 3 flew towards Pai Shuihan. The remaining 2 circled around his body, faintly preparing to attack. They were ready to make a move, making one feel incomparably fearful. Immortal Gu auras appeared on He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's bodies. There was more than one aura of these immortal Gu. There were at least 2 different auras rising up without the slightest bit of concealment. But even this could not scare Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. The two immortals looked at each other. One of them shouted, "So many immortal Gu, you three must be famous people, you are hiding yourselves, are you righteous path Gu immortals?" The other shouted, "I am familiar with the people of Northern Plains. I wonder which old friend of mine is joking with me, free scholar. Or perhaps you are not Northern Plains Gu immortals." Both of them had spoken words that struck at the heart. One slandered Fang Yuan and the rest as righteous path Gu immortals. They were isolated among the demonic path Gu immortals. The other was even more ruthless. He directly suspected that Fang Yuan and the rest were not Northern Plains Gu immortals, inciting the other demonic path Gu immortals to unite against a common enemy. Gu immortals were people with deep thoughts. When they fought, it was not as simple as clashing swords and blades. The battle of words was a contest of mind and wits. Floating astronomy. Chapter 794. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was shaken. They had been searching for the culprit. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had ulterior motives. Not only did they work together to attack Fang Yuan, they even tried to isolate Fang Yuan. At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to speak. "You two want to slander me and provoke me? Hee, you are underestimating me, and also underestimating the Gu immortals here. I am a true Northern Plains Gu immortal. I can sense the aura of Northern Plains at a glance. If you two want to create rumors, please say something more convincing." The other demonic path Gu immortals retreated even further. He Lolan's lips twitched. Fang Yuan was clearly the main culprit, but he said it like it was the truth, full of confidence. What the unfettered scholar and Pai Shuihan didn't know was that their intentional slander was actually a lucky hit. The one who caused the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land was not Fang Yuan. Who else could it be? The verbal confrontation was blocked by Fang Yuan. Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan were silent. They increased their attacks. Facing the pincer attack of two rank 7s, Fang Yuan's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He blocked left and right. He could not hold on much longer. After all, he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, while the other two were genuine rank 7 Gu immortals. In terms of cultivation level, there was a huge gap. Fang Yuan relied on the immortal killer move Myriad Self to display rank 7 battle strength, but as the strength path giant hand was activated for a long time, Fang Yuan's arm could not hold on any longer. It showed signs of exploding into minced meat. "I have a wood path killer move. It is my trump card. I rarely use it. It can block one of them and can even heavily injure them. But I need Fang Yuan to restrain them and restrict them to a certain position." Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. She was anxious and secretly transmitted her voice. Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly, replying, "The power of the strength path giant hand is astonishing, but its speed is not fast. Wanting to capture any one of them is extremely difficult. The hope is slim. Fairy, please wait, I still have a plan. If this plan fails, it won't be too late for you to make a move then." "Oh." Fairy Li Shan heard this. He restrained himself. They exchanged a few more blows. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were closing in, and Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. This is the moment. An electric light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He controlled the 6 strength path giant hands and slammed them down. Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were below the giant hand. Immediately, he felt a strong pressure. From top to bottom. It was going to crush him. For a moment, the air seemed to have thickened. The giant hands created strong winds, causing Free Scholar's clothes to flutter in the wind. Pai Shuihan's face tensed up. The strength path giant hands slammed down with ferocious auras. The spectators' hearts jumped. But Pai Shuihan and the Free Scholar were already familiar with the strength path giant hands. The former snorted while the latter smiled. They used movement killer moves to dodge. But Fang Yuan was different from before. He did not stop. Instead, he increased the power of his method, controlling the 6 giant hands and slamming them down. This change caught everyone off guard, even Nebula in Dongfang Naganori was stunned. Not good. Nebula's expression changed, he wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom! The 6 strength path giant hands fiercely slapped the air, the space rippled, and the loud sound was like the roar of thunder. Countless space path Dao marks in the air were destroyed by the strength path giant hands. Saying so, the corner of his eyes was fixed on Dongfang Naganori's nebula. This was Kanyang Laojuan's probing, he wanted to see how this nebula's methods were, whether his earlier words were true or not. Dongfang Naganori's nebula saw this and sighed, saying, "This is as far as I can go. Alright, everyone, come out." Just as he said so, a change occurred. In the hall, a piercing light burst out. The light quickly dissipated. 8 Dongfang tribe Gu immortals appeared together. They appeared at the same time and surrounded Old Lord Kenyang in the middle from afar. They shouted, "Old scoundrel, you dare to covet our tribe's inheritance. Today is the day of your death. This old scoundrel is despicable. But the traitor in our tribe is even more despicable. Speak. Who leaked the information about the secret passage to you?" Kanyang Laojun could no longer remain calm, panic flashed on his face as he looked at Nebula with shock and anger. "So this was a plot against me. Dongfang Naganori's nebula." He nodded, "That's right. Before my main body died, he had instructed Dongfang Wanxiu to teach him the correct method. Using this method, he obtained the secret passage from the teleportation Gu formation. He told the location of this secret passage to the 7 Gu immortals around him. Next, on the way here, he met with my arrangements and was purposely attacked by a group of desolate beasts, restraining him. And this traitor of our tribe is clearly among the 8 of them. The traitor saw that the desolate beasts were a burden and could not come personally. He was also afraid that the wisdom path inheritance would fall into someone else's hands, so he used a certain method to pass this information to you. After you obtained the information, you surpassed the other demonic path Gu immortals and arrived here first." Kanyang Laojuan's expression was grim, he stared at Nebula as his eyes twitched, saying eerily, "So that's it. Even though you know that there is a traitor in Dongfang tribe, you do not know who it is." "That's right." Nebula nodded, "But now, it seems that the traitor is among these 8. Who is it that betrayed the bloodline, betrayed the tribe?" Dongfang Wanxiu shouted at this time. "At this point, you have already exposed yourself, it will only take a moment to find you. Are you still not going to show yourself?" Dongfang Yikong clenched his fists in anger. The other Gu immortals looked at each other, some had grim expressions while others were furious. The situation was in a deadlock. Dongfang tribe had 8 Gu immortals, but they were all rank 6. And Kanyang Laojun was a genuine rank 7, and an expert even among rank 7s. Dongfang tribe had many Gu immortals, but they knew that one or even several of them were traitors. Thus, they were on guard against each other and did not make a move. Kanyang Laojun slowly frowned, looking at Nebula. "Wait, since you planned this and targeted me, you could have made a move before I came in, why did you delay until now?" Nebula stood on the spot, not answering him. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals also did not speak. The hall fell into silence, but the sounds of intense battle could be heard from afar. Kanyang Laojun was moved, he realized, "I understand. You want to use me to deal with these demonic path Gu immortals. You only need to make Dongfang Yuliang fail on purpose to make me think that I can compete for this inheritance. By then, these demonic path Gu immortals outside will be my opponents. Of course, with your intelligence, it is very likely that you have a better way to make me your chess piece. When I fight with these demonic path Gu immortals and weaken both sides, you Gu immortals can reap the benefits. What a good scheme, a good scheme. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of arrangement, there will always be accidents. The star will said, as if admitting old Lord Kenyang's guess. This accident was Fang Yuan's 6-strength path giant hands. Master. Dongfang Yuliang stood blankly on the spot. He did not know what to do at this moment. He was both happy and sad. He was happy that the enemy was controlled, his tribe had come prepared. The sad thing was that he was just a bait, a decoy for the enemy. His hard work, the sacrifice of Tan Wufeng, Dong Pekong and the rest, seemed like a joke. As if sensing Dongfang Yuliang's thoughts, Nebula turned around and looked at his chosen inheritor, saying, Yuliang, no need to think too much, I indeed want to use the wisdom path inheritance to trap the enemy and get rid of the traitor in my tribe. This scheme is real, the wisdom path inheritance is also real. This enemy has a huge background, he comes from one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate. The enemy also has a wisdom path Gu Immortal. And only by truly setting up the wisdom path inheritance here will I not expose any flaws and be seen through by the enemy wisdom path Gu Immortals. So it is like this. Dongfang Yuliang's heart shook, he felt ashamed but also admiration. He was ashamed of himself for letting his imagination run wild, he admired his master, Dongfang Naganori. The latter had painstakingly worked hard, even after his death. He wanted to set up a scheme to benefit Dongfang tribe and get rid of the internal threat. And the enemy was so strong, Dongfang Naganori's arrangement was due to his wisdom, and also the helplessness of facing a strong enemy. Experiencing the hardships of his master, Dongfang Yuliang felt even more ashamed in his heart. Floating astronomy. With their lives at stake, Dongfang tribe's Gu Immortals naturally lost their composure. But soon, a Gu Immortal stood up. It was Dongfang Wanxiu. Everyone in the hall heard him say, there are losses, there are gains. Lord Changfan has planned this hard. It was not easy to set up this trap. I, Dongfang Wanxiu, am willing to make these sacrifices for my Dongfang tribe. Good. As expected of Lord Wanxiu, I, Dongfang Yikong, will accompany you to the end. Soon after, Dongfang Yikong also stood up. Nebula smiled lightly, he did not speak as he looked at the others. The other Gu Immortals looked at each other and quickly nodded, they had decided to make sacrifices to get rid of the internal and external enemies of the tribe. No hurry. Nebula, however, waved his hand and said unhurriedly. I still have something to tell you. Once you enter the Gu formation. Once the immortal aperture origin core is extracted, you will not be able to move or forcefully escape. Your life and death are in my hands. Are you still willing? If you are not willing, you can suggest it. The Gu Immortal's expressions changed again. Dongfang Wanxiu's eyes shined with divine light. He looked around randomly. He sneered, traitor, you better come out, if you don't, it will be too late. Nebula's words. They were clearly meant for the traitor to hear. As long as one had the ability to think, they could imagine, if there was really a traitor, after hearing these words, he would definitely feel immense mental pressure. Once he entered the formation, his life and death would be in his hands. If he killed Kanyang Laojun and the latter exposed himself in a moment of desperation, he would not even have the strength to retaliate. If there was a traitor, his thoughts would definitely be different, he would not want to deal with Kanyang Laojun. He would also not be willing to place his life and death in Nebula's hands. After a few breaths of time, none of the Dongfang Gu Immortals in the hall came out. Good. At this point, I, Wanxiu, have no choice but to admire you. No wonder you could hide among us for so long. Dongfang Wanxiu said hatefully. The star will chuckled, if that's the case, then you can enter the array. The Phantom Gu formation opened its 8 formation cores. Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals jumped in, each occupying a position. The Gu formation started to activate slowly. The Gu immortals' expressions changed, they felt their immortal apertures shaking, there was a suction force coming from the formation. Relax your mind, cooperate with the formation and let it operate at full speed. Nebula said solemnly. The Gu immortals hesitated, but they opened their immortal apertures eventually. Their immortal aperture origin cores were immediately extracted. They flowed out from the 8 formation cores. Within the Phantom formation, a faint blood-red light appeared. Under the effect of the blood-red light, these 8 different immortal aperture origin cores gathered at the center of the Gu formation. They actually started to fuse into one. This formation is so profound. Some Gu immortals saw this and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This is because all of you have the blood of Dongfang tribe in your bodies. Your bloodlines are similar, you have the same origin. Thus, when the bloodlines fuse, the immortal aperture origin cores will fuse together. Only by fusing can you display the advantage of numbers and unleash great power. Dongfang Naganori's Nebula slowly explained. The 8 Gu immortals in the formation nodded. Dongfang Wanqiu's eyes shined brightly, he looked around but could not find any flaws in the traitor's disguise. No worries. Nebula chuckled, in this situation, no matter who the traitor is, he has already entered our trap and is working for our tribe. Everyone, relax, I am going to extract more immortal aperture origin cores. I will tell you the truth, Dongfang tribe's true traitor is your beloved Lord Changfan, ha 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 ha. Kanyang Laojun laughed wildly. Chapter 797. The blood veil firmly covered the ruined bat's corpse, blocking the attacks of the demonic path Gu immortals. Not expecting the blood veil to be so sturdy, in a moment of desperation, Pai Shuihan shouted, "Get out of the way, let me do it." He was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he was famous in the demonic path. Everyone flew away to give him some space. Water path killer move, ice path killer move, flood current. Inside Pai Shuihan's immortal aperture, over 10,000 Gu worms were activated, rank 7 red date immortal essence beads were rapidly expended. Swoosh! Boundless waves shot out from the air hundreds of steps around Pai Shuihan. The fierce waves were like thousands of rampaging dragons, roaring and roaring, bringing with them an aura of destruction as they poured down. The giant waves were still falling from the sky, but they changed again. Cracking sounds resounded in everyone's ears. The giant waves turned into solid ice from inside out. In a few breaths of time, the giant waves turned into a giant glacier, pressing down like an unparalleled giant whale, or like a heavenly pillar collapsing. The cold air caused people to shiver uncontrollably. The terrifying attack made people subconsciously hold their breaths. In the hall, Dongfang Naganori's nebula was no longer as calm as before, it was completely focused, its defensive power was raised to the maximum. Earlier, the demonic path immortals had attacked indiscriminately, but they were not at the same pace, there were many of them, but their quality was lacking. Now that Pai Shuihan had used his trump card, it came from him alone. His strength was unified, it was at least 10 times stronger than the wild bombardment from before. Rumble, the glacier fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the blood veil. The blood veil was deformed by the huge weight, but it still managed to resist the glacier's pressure. The corrosion of the cold air. Although the immortal killer move flood current was strong, Dongfang Naganori's blood veil had extracted the immortal aperture origin cores of 8 Gu immortals, and combined with the terrain, it had already been set up. Pai Shuihan's strength alone. It did not break the blood veil. But this killer move's effect was still shocking. The demonic path Gu immortals looked down, with the ruined bat's corpse as the center. The surrounding hundreds of li was covered in ice. The dead primordial ruin bat was as large as a mountain. At this moment, under the pressure of the glacier, it was as if a thick layer of ice armor was covering it, making it look even bigger. Inside the translucent iceberg, it was wrapped in a bright red egg made of blood. The bone-chilling cold air was still spreading everywhere, staining the trees and grass at the edge with frost and expanding the boundary. For a moment, everyone looked at Pai Shuihan in surprise. Although it did not break the blood veil. But the power of this killer move left a deep impression. Even if I use all 8 strength path giant hands, I won't be able to block this killer move head-on. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered. This was the true strength of a veteran rank 7 Gu immortal. In comparison, Fang Yuan was still far behind. Previously, Fang Yuan had fought against the Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan alone because the latter two had not used their trump cards. Gu immortals had reason, they were all here for the wisdom path inheritance. There was no deep hatred between them, fighting to the death would only be idiots. But now, the immortals realized the situation was far from good. This was why Pai Shuihan had to use his trump card and use his full strength to fight. Although I have rank 7 battle strength with the immortal killer move Myriad Self, I can only barely reach this standard. If I really fight to the death with someone like Pai Shuihan, I will most likely be the one to lose. But if I really face this move, I will not fight it head-on, I will avoid it. I will fight in a roundabout manner. The power of the immortal killer move Glacier allowed Fang Yuan to see a portion of Pai Shuihan's foundation. At the same time, he clearly realized the gap between him and Pai Shuihan. At once, Fang Yuan felt a sense of anxiety. The Gu immortals' cultivation level was the main factor that influenced their battle strength. A part of the reason for Pai Shuihan's strength was the consumption of rank 7 red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan was already extremely outstanding in this life, the only thing that hindered him was his immortal zombie body. His true cultivation level was only at the bottom of rank 6, he had not even passed one heavenly tribulation. Cultivation level is the foundation. Although my immortal zombie body is strong, it does not have much room for improvement. What method can I use to restore my human body? Brother Pai, you are so impressive. Let me test your skills. At this time, Free Scholar laughed heartily, flying towards Pai Shuihan. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, his expression was ugly. He had mobilized everyone, but still could not break the blood veil. Seeing Free Scholar attack, he slowly moved to the center. Under everyone's gazes, Free Scholar flew above the ruined bat's corpse. He had already prepared, his eyes suddenly opened wide, his pupils were completely white, shooting out 2 faint white lights. This move was almost silent, its boldness could not compare to the glacier earlier. The immortals who did not know what was going on were baffled. Pai Shuihan, however, had a slight change in expression. Under the 2 pale white lights, the glacier melted, the blood veil shook intensely, showing signs of being defeated. Was this the unfettered scholar? What a great move, 1,000 disintegrations. In the hall, Kanyang Laojun recognized this move. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had infiltrated northern plains for many years for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Since Kanyang Laojun took the risk to come here, he naturally had a deep understanding of northern plains. Free Scholar's background was Central Continent's Chen tribe. Central Continent's Chen tribe specialized in rule path, but Central Continent's sect system was prevalent, there was no room for a tribe to survive. After being ostracized, Chen tribe moved to northern plains. Unfortunately, Northern Plains' righteous path was ruled by the Huang Jin bloodline. Even though Chen tribe was a super force protected by Gu immortals, it was secretly ostracized by the Huang Jin bloodline forces, eventually weakening. By Free Scholar's generation, he was the only outstanding talent left. The tribe no longer existed, he was the only one left to fight alone. Chen tribe specialized in rule path. The Gu immortals in the tribe can use 100 disintegrations at rank 6, 1000 disintegrations at rank 7, and myriad disintegrations at rank 8. This Fire Path Immortal Killer move can actually sense aura. It can trace our attacks back to the source and enter the immortal aperture. Free Scholar's heart shook intensely. At this moment, Free Scholar finally understood why Pai Shuihan was so flustered. It was because not only was his body being burned by the flames, his immortal aperture was also filled with flames. Forget about the former, the latter was the headquarters of Gu immortals, it was their foundation. After many years of painstaking management, countless cultivation resources were stored inside. Now that this fire was burning, it directly burned the hearts of those who were hit, making them want to vomit blood from the pain. Pai Shuihan not only had to extinguish the fire on his body, he also had to put out the fire in his immortal aperture. But the strange thing was, this fire could not be extinguished by ice or water, it was extraordinary. The surrounding demonic path Gu immortals pulled away from Fang Yuan, Free Scholar, and Pai Shuihan, afraid of being touched by this strange fire. Why is Fang Yuan's fire so much weaker than the other two? He Lulan had a bewildered gaze. The other demonic path Gu immortals soon discovered this phenomenon. Immediately, Fang Yuan's image in everyone's mind became even more profound and unfathomable. Free Scholar's gaze also paused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's situation was much better than the other two. The fire on his body was only a faint layer, like the flame of an oil lamp. But Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar were burning brightly like large torches. In just a few breaths of time, Free Scholar's body was already burnt to a crisp, emitting the smell of burnt meat. Free Scholar forced himself to remain calm, he did not panic, because he still had a trump card. Immortal Killer Move, 1000 Disintegrations. He activated the killer move madly, the light in his completely white eyes became even brighter. But this time, it did not shine on the ice mountain blood veil, but on his own body, into his immortal aperture. The dim yellow fire, under the pale white gaze, was quickly dissolving and weakening. Soon, the fire on his body completely disappeared, the fire in his immortal aperture was also controlled. 1000 disintegrations was indeed useful, not only could it be used against enemies, it could also be used for defense. Attack and defense in one, its power was extraordinary. In a flash, Fang Yuan also stood up, the fire on his body had disappeared. Only Pai Shuihan tried many methods, but the fire on his body became even more intense. His whole body was burnt black, the thick smell of burnt meat was emitting, he had to use healing goo to heal his injuries while enduring the burning of the fire. He roared in anger, the pain on his body was even more intense in his heart. The fire spread in his immortal aperture, a large amount of resources were burned to nothing, but he could not do anything to this fire. What do I do? What do I do? Pai Shuihan thought rapidly, he was extremely anxious. Fang Yuan and Free Scholar did not speak, they watched coldly. This was the effect of final afterglow. It was not a complete defense, but it weakened most of the attacks. Even an immortal killer move like River Flow could be weakened by 30%. Right now, most of the demonic path Gu immortals were using mortal killer moves. Being weakened by Kanyang Laojun like this, it was all bark and no bite. Dongfang Naganori showed joy on his face. This way, the situation was extremely advantageous to him. The Phantom Formation continued to extract the 8 immortal aperture origin cores, fusing them into one and forming the Blood Veil. The Blood Veil withstood the attacks, the aura of other people's wills inside was gradually destroyed. Next, it was converted into pure blood energy and injected into Dongfang Yuliang's body. Dongfang Yuliang was a rank 5 Gu master, he had a peak stage aperture. Right now, his soul had already been cleansed by Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori's soul controlled his young body, focusing all his attention on his aperture. Under the infusion of blood energy, his aperture burst with a loud bang. Dongfang Yuliang's aura, however, did not fall but rose instead. An astonishing transformation was happening, transcending mortality, advancing to Gu immortal realm. Crack! In the sky of the outside world, there was a sudden flash of lightning. In a few breaths of time, dark clouds rolled in the clear sky, covering an area of 1,000 li. The earth shook and rumbled, it was like millions of herds of cattle were trampling on the ground, causing dust to rise. Heaven and earth chi were stirred, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were formed. Someone is advancing to Gu immortal inside? What the hell is going on? The Gu immortals quickly stopped their attacks, feeling baffled. Crack crack crack. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was azure gold in color, containing destructive power. The demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed as they quickly retreated. Incredible! This is a heavenly wind lightning tribulation. How unlucky is this mortal below, he is not favored by heaven and earth. He has just advanced to Gu immortal, but he actually encountered such a powerful heavenly tribulation. What earthly calamity is this? The immortals retreated to the edge, watching from afar. They saw that around the ruined bat's corpse, there were countless round pits on the ground. The pits were unfathomably deep and pitch black. Boom boom boom. Pitch-black lightning balls flew out of the pits, smashing onto the ruined bat's corpse and exploding. Lightning flashed, the iceberg only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was shattered by the countless lightning bolts, turning into ice shards that flew everywhere. This time, even the free scholar was moved, he was inwardly shocked. The heavenly tribulation is heavenly wind lightning, it is tyrannical and sharp. The earthly calamity is earth ghost lightning, it is unpredictable. Against many people, they could use each other's strength to restrain each other, the battle results would often be better. The reason why Dongfang Naganori created this move was because he had led Dongfang tribe alone and forcefully rose to power. The main tribe did not have many Gu immortals to help them, Dongfang Naganori often had to fight one against many. However, after Dongfang Naganori created this move, he was no longer afraid of group attacks. This situation is what Dongfang Naganori wants to see the most. We have many people but are not united, we are wary of each other. And we do not have many experts, I am the only one with rank 7 battle strength. If we really fight, we will become a hindrance to each other. Not only that, looking at the battle earlier, there seems to be a fire path Gu immortal hiding his tracks. Free Scholar thought rapidly, starlight specks appeared around him, they were clearly denser than others. Despite so many considerations, Free Scholar did not have any intention of retreating, instead he was filled with fighting spirit. I lost to Dongfang Naganori, this is the greatest humiliation of my life. Now that I am facing his inheritor, if I retreat, how can I face myself in the future? Even if the other side has a Gu immortal hiding, we have many people, if I retreat without a fight, who in northern plains will respect me in the future? If someone came to take advantage of the situation, they would attack together to protect their own benefits. But Pai Shuihan was slightly slower, even though his attack was powerful, he secretly held back most of his strength, he could retreat at any time if the situation turned bad. As for the other demonic path Gu immortals, when they saw Fang Yuan's group, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Shuihan had cultivation and confidence, but how could the few of them dare to make a move and ask for a snub? Thus, they immediately threw their agreement to the back of their minds, they acted like they were entangled by the desolate beasts and could not attack, they were powerless. Hee, good. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, 5 strength path giant hands flew out. 3 strength path giant hands grabbed the desolate beast bird and squeezed, the desolate beast bird screamed miserably. The other 2 destroyed the attacks from the half-moon berserker and Pai Shuihan as if they were twigs. Xia Shermin and half-moon brutemaster did not know about this, seeing this, they were dumbfounded, they were deeply shaken. Rank 7 battle strength. Where did this expert come from? After Fang Yuan repelled their attacks, he laughed even more wildly, 2 more giant hands flew out, together with the 2 from before, a total of 4 hands flew towards Pai Shuihan. At the same time, he shouted, Pai Shuihan, to think that you actually came here. It seems that you have not been taught a lesson enough. As he spoke, he acted like he had already fought and taught Pai Shuihan a lesson, he was very arrogant. Chapter 803. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, he was furious. He was a famous expert, it had been a long time since Fang Yuan made such a ruckus. Pai Shuihan did not want to show weakness, but just as he wanted to attack and retaliate against Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan flew over, revealing her rank 7 aura. He Lulan was at the side, activating several immortal Gu without concealment. This was clearly a situation where 3 people were attacking him. Pai Shuihan's eyelids twitched, he gritted his teeth and stopped attacking. He had no choice but to stop. Because right now, he did not have someone like Free Scholar with him. He was alone, but the other side had the advantage in numbers. Pai Shuihan could not regain his face, he snorted coldly while dealing with the desolate beast, saying to Fang Yuan, "Didn't all of you come here? Don't be too arrogant, do you think I am a pushover? I am looking at the big picture, I have a long-term vision, I do not want to argue with a brute like you. There are huge benefits in front of me, if I fight you endlessly, it will be too late to regret after I miss this opportunity." Even though the desolate beasts were fierce, Pai Shuihan's strength was undeniably high, he fought while also conversing with Fang Yuan and the rest. On the other side, Xia Shermin and Half-Moon Barbaric Commander paled in comparison. Hee. Fairy Li Shan laughed, standing in the air, she purposely said in a hoarse voice, "That makes sense, now is not the time to fight. Why don't we kill them and take Jade Pool blessed land for ourselves?" Fang Yuan purposely shouted in dissatisfaction. He Lulan cooperated well, retorting, "There is not enough time. Do you think we are the only ones who want this floor? Since we can come, the others are not fools." The onlookers were not fools, and there would probably be more people coming. And Dongfang Naganori is a schemer. How can he not make preparations in his base? Fairy Li Shan also said, "Let's leave it like this. How many times have I told you? Number 7, you have to control your temper." Fairy Li Shan purposely shouted with a lecturing tone. Fang Yuan snorted, as if he was obeying her orders. The three of them had worked together several times, and now that they had a tacit understanding of each other, their performance was flawless. Pai Shuihan could not help but feel even more fearful. On the other side, Jia Shimen and the Half-Moon Brutemaster looked at each other. At the same time, he was bewildered. Where did this force come from? Such a character. And he's only in the 7th position, not the leader? Brother Pai, Jade Dan Paradise is so big, it's not something that can be monopolized by either of us. Why don't we work together for now? Time is limited, a long night is fraught with trouble. Fairy Li Shan said solemnly. Pai Shuihan didn't want to fight with them. Seeing that there was a way out, he tried to save some face and said reluctantly, "Fine. I'll let you guys participate. We've already set a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. There must be a lot of good stuff, and whoever finds it first gets to keep it." It was a stalemate. It could be traded. If we can't, we'll go by strength. Fang Yuan and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the smile in each other's eyes. What rule was this? There were no rules. There was no difference between them. Demonic Path Gu masters never trusted each other. Such a rule. It was full of demonic style and had no restrictions. Of course. Earlier, Pai Shuihan and Xia Shimin's rules were definitely not just like this. There should be a rule to split the loot according to cultivation level. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Pai Shuihan was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he had the strongest battle strength, he had to protect his own benefits. But times had changed, Fang Yuan and the rest were stronger now, Pai Shuihan was at a disadvantage, he was not stupid enough to suggest such a rule. How could a mortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all, and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palm slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal Gu masters. In an instant, he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal Gu masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions, screaming for help. They had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people. My family. I want to protect them. When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again, and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will. The greatest internal threat. The demon's eyes shined brightly, they unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them, he charged downwards, his desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it! Damn it! With the threat of death approaching, the Miniman Gu Immortal cursed, but due to the alliance agreement, he could only fly up Minuscule Mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule Mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons, countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you. The Miniman Gu Immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fang Yuan saw that this plan worked, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty, there were only a few Gu immortals chasing after him. There was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Kanyang Laojun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death. He took the risk to charge out. Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you, but you actually let him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious. They did not have the mood to argue with Fang Yuan. They shouted angrily, chase him. Don't let him escape. At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape. He tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Kanyang Laojun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Li Shan. At once, both sides were like headless flies, flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu Immortals in flying. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. If this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness, their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end. They had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established, they could not live under the same sky. Go! Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance, flying out.